All right, good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. Last Saturday of the month already. Boy, can't believe we're already getting ready to head into May. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. I'm your host, pilot, lead singer, and driver of the airplane, as always. Uncle B, getting started a few minutes early so I can try to help if anybody's going to fly along in the A320, give you some information before I go and reset this and then get the get set up in the 737-800 for today's flight. Hello, Kev. So, Kev, if you're going to fly along, we got a few minutes. I'm not ready to fly just yet, but this is information for you. Let me know if you're going to fly along or not. If not, that's perfectly fine. Just let me know one way or the other, okay? It's going to be a couple hours in the air. It says about 2 hours and 43. I'm thinking it's going to be probably about 2.5 hours, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. From the time we depart so it's going to be a bit of a long one. Not going to be much to see. We're going to be over the water most of the time. We are going to, I'm hoping, let's see if this works. I checked it yesterday. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So we're going to take off from here in Busan. We're going to get out over the water. We're going to intercept this island here. We're going to continue on over the East China Sea. We are going to fly near to Taipei or Taiwan, whichever. And then we're going to turn in towards Hong Kong. We're going to fly over Hong Kong and then back out over the water, and we're going to loop in. We do not have a precision approach today. We do not have an ILS, okay? We have an RNAV approach, which means you are going to have to fly it in. You can get to a certain point, but when it comes to landing, you're going to have to land it yourself, okay? And it's going to look something like this. So we're going to come out here and we're going to loop around, and you're going to kind of do this weird approach in. So right about there, bang, you're going to have to put it in manually. 1,800 feet is the final altitude coming in today. Okay. So if you want the actual route, you're going to use the Busan 3 departure. Remember to drop down. Here's RKPK and then VMMC, and you got the runways and the route. And then runway 18 right is our departure. That's where you're going to take off from. Busan 3 right is our 18 right is the departure route. Arrival Sierra Mike Tango 5 Bravo 16. I picked the RNAV 16 Zulu approach because if I zoom in here, it looks just like what I would expect it to look like. Okay, based on the chart. All right. So you're gonna come around. You're gonna do this. This route isn't exactly, well, it's probably pretty close to what, no, it's not anywhere near close. So anyway, this will get you there, okay? But you're going to come in over Hong Kong, but you're going to have to figure out your own descent. Well, okay, there it is right there. We're going to get to 38,000 feet. So between here and here, you're going to have to start planning your descent, okay? So you could get a little bit closer to Novga right here. If that's the one that it gives you, you can plan your descent point between these 2 points right here, okay? I would wait till you get probably about 25, 30 nautical miles away from Novga, then start your descent down into to the airport, okay? Any questions, comments, concerns, gripes, complaints. You know where the complaint department is. Whether he's here or not today, I don't know. Did you get all that, Kev, or do you need me to go over it again? I'm good to go. All right, let me reset then. I'm glad that at least gave you some kind of an idea of what we're getting ready to do. RKPK. All right, I'm going to try to find a parking spot close to our, well, there isn't really anything. Departure. And VMMC. All right, let me all right, I'm going to back up the time a little bit. I'm not sure what the weather's going to be like today, but hopefully it'll be somewhat nice so we can see a bit of the area as we depart and come in for landing. All right. So it's early evening here. I'm going to back it up to about, yeah, there we go. Well, kind of late evening. All right, let's get this thing going here. It's one or the other. I've heard it pronounced both ways. Apparently, I didn't realize that. I don't know. I guess either or is fine. Okay, got that in. All right, let's go back here. Let's get a few things on. Let's go now. All right, let's get our alignment going. Okay, there we go. There's that. Yali switch is where did I find it? It's around here somewhere. It should be already on, Kev. God. All right. Oh, you have to go on my. There we go. There's all that. I'm not gonna spend all morning looking for it. I'm sorry, but no. All right, let's make sure our fuel is loaded. All right, let's go ahead and get the door shut. Call the freaking tower. They know where it is. No, I'm not. It, from what I remember last time when we flew, it was already on. So I'm not gonna. Okay, let's get the APU started up. Oh, let's get our fuel pumps on. APU started so we can get things going here. Well, actually, no, I don't want to get the APU started just yet. I gotta plug in this information, don't I? Duh. See, I'm all over the place now. You're throwing me off, Kev. Okay, load the route. Alright, let's make sure our co-pilot is not talking to somebody we don't want them to talk to right now. Cost index today will be 57. So it's 330. Well, I'm gonna go for at least 360. Max altitude 3. Okay. Okay. 340 it is. That's interesting. Huh. I was expecting to cruise at 38,000 feet, actually. 27505. 275. Morning, Mick. The second most important switch, and the guy has. Okay, Kev, come on, give me a break here. Outside, select air temperature will be 48. I've never seen somebody fixate on a switch so much as you have with that. I think it's Ingot. Yeah. Rival. Okay. There's that. Alright, let's get our switches on here. How are you doing, Mick? Everything all good? Alright, get that. Let's get a little bit of light on the Hello, Joseph. I apologize about the background noise. Alright, let's get the APU started up. Oh, 34 is our cruising altitude. Nope. Alright. APU started. Okay. Alright, what else do I need to do? I think most everything else I can take care of en route. Let's, no destination path after Hazel. Okay, let's look at that. Yeah, there is. Alright, we double check that. Let's give her right side engine started. Alright, let's talk to the departure.
Gimhe clearance delivery Air Busan Tree 81 IFR
Hello,
to Macau ready to
Glenn,
copy.
how are you?
Air Busan Tree 81 is cleared to Macau Airport
Nope.
as filed.
See?
Takeoff runway Tree 6 right climb and maintain 8,000 feet.
No.
Departure frequency is 125.5 squawk 7332.
Air Busan Tree 81 cleared to Macau Airport as
I
filed.
want 36
Takeoff runway Tree 6 right climb and maintain 8,000
Oh,
feet.
tell me they changed the
Departure
frickin-
on 125.5 squawk 7332.
Air Busan Tree 81 read back correct. Contact ground on 121.65.
Yep, 28 right there,
Good day.
jackass.
Gimhe ground Air Busan Tree 81 with Echo ready to taxi IFR.
Air Busan Tree 81 taxi 2 and hold short of runway Tree 6 right via taxiway Romeo Golf 9er Papa Echo 5. Contact tower on 118.
Alright, so we're gonna go 8,000 feet first. Nope, it's not gonna let me pick the other ones. Okay,
Taxi
well,
hold
we're
short
gonna go
runway
18
Tree
right
6
anyway.
right via taxiway Romeo Golf 9er Papa Echo 5 Air Busan Tree 81.
We're gonna have to fool the system. Alright.
Gimhe Ground Air Busan Tree 81 requesting pushback.
Air Busan Tree 81 pushback request accepted.
Boy, this thing is like ridiculously slow. Wow. This is not the way I wanted to start off my stream, that's for sure. Did I? Oh, I know what I didn't do. Duh. There we go. There's wine. What a numpty.
Gimhe Ground Air Busan Tree 81 requesting the end of pushback.
Air Busan Tree 81 request to end pushback received.
Alright, let's go. Oh Lord, Kev, that galley switch, dude, you're killing me. those who don't know, I flew with Kev the other day, and he fixated on the galley switch in the A320. Didn't climb to his appropriate altitude. He went straight for 36,000 feet. Didn't ask for permission, nothing. And then next thing you know, we're getting ready to descend, and they're telling him to go to 11. They had him going all over the place because he wasn't paying attention to his where he should be, what he should be doing. Why? Because he had to look for the galley switch. Where's the galley switch? Where's the galley switch? There's got to be a galley switch. Kev loves his galley switch. Let that be a lesson to you folks. I know it's here, because I found it. I think it's under cab utility. There, it's on. See? Right there, Kev. Cab utility. Cabin utility, that's got to be the galley switch. We're going to call that the galley switch. There you go. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Vic. I'm trying to get this plane set up, and Kev's more worried about the galley switch. Alright. That stuff we can take care of en route. And there, even though we don't have a precision approach, it's okay. Oh look, there's Kevin waiting on the runway for me. Now you see him, now you don't. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what Kev ran into the other day. Yeah, that's true, Joseph. We do have nice weather here. Now this airport, I'll be honest, the airports in Korea look like yuck. I don't even want to show you what freaking Incheon looked like. It was garbage. It really was. Now, if you notice, oh, check that out. This is part of the add-on. See those blinking lights up there on the hills? That's to help guide into the approach for 18 right. The runway. What's wrong with what, Joseph? ATC? Come on, you've seen me fly. You know what kind of crazy crap I've had to deal with. Alright, let's go up to the tower. Tell them we are at the, nope, can't even do that. Yeah, exactly. Goes ready to go. Yeah, so this is an add-on from Sam Scenes 3D or something like that.
Gimhe Tower Air Busan Tree 81 at runway tree 6 right ready for departure IFR to Macau.
Air Busan Tree 81 altimeter, tree runway tree 6 right.
Well, I guarantee if I look at the...
Cleared for takeoff runway tree 6 right Air Busan tree 81.
This is an actual real-world flight from Busan to Macau. I had to find the livery for this so that we have a... Although they don't fly 737s, they actually fly the A320. Alright, Kev is in the air. Alright. Let's see. Alright, we're all set, folks. Let's go.
Airspeed's alive. 80 knots.
V1.
Rotate V2. Positive rate of climb.
You're coming up. Let's go. First notch flaps up.
Air Busan tree 81 contact Gimli departure on 125.5.
Follow the line. Follow the line. Here we go.
125.5 Air Busan tree 81. Goodbye. Give me departure Air Busan tree 81 is at 900 feet climbing 8,000 feet.
Look at that. I'm gonna notch
Air
up.
Busan tree 81 Gimli departure altimeter tree
Kev, do
0.009
not forget
radar contact
to
continue.
put your detent into the CL. Otherwise, you're... Voila. Plane is flying itself now. Let's have a look at Busan outside. Look at that. Quite nice. Oh, the sound, that is a warning for the takeoff to let you know that you're like throttled up, that you're in like takeoff mode, whatever you want to call it. Make sure we are. Yep. Alright, let's see if we can go to. Go to 18.
Give me departure
Ooh.
Air Busan tree 81.
That's even better.
Request flight level 260.
Air Busan tree 81 climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Expect flight level 260.
Climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Expect flight level 260 Air Busan tree 81.
I like it. So we're at 230 knots. What did Mick? I don't. I must have missed something. Oh, thank you for the resub, Mick. Appreciate that. All right. So it's following the. Why aren't we climbing still? Interesting. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. It did what it was supposed to do. I like it. Yeah, says the young man with no patience. I'm trying to figure out what did Joseph say. I missed some stuff in the chat, obviously. I don't know. I'm confused now. All right, there we are turning. Oh, we are not climbing. Interesting. Okay. There we go. Quick reminder, Kev, is your throttles in the CLD tank?
Your climb 8,000 feet.
CLD tanks. So the alarm going off was just, oh, okay, just making sure. Well, yeah,
Air
that's
Busan tree 81 climb and maintain flight level 180.
that's about par for the course.
Climb and maintain flight level 180 Air Busan 381.
Air Busan tree 81 contact Incheon Center on 125.45. Good day.
All right, there comes the end of our departure route and got
125.45 Air Busan 381. Goodbye. Incheon Center Air Busan 381 is passing 7,600 feet, climbing flight level 180.
There we go. That's
Air
where we are.
Busan 381 Incheon Center altimeter 30.10 radar contact continue.
We should have more than enough fuel to get us there. And put away the lights here. Going to 20. Okay. Perfect. Doing good. We just departed. There's Busan right behind us. Here's that area I was talking about on the flight plan. You see it here. Southern parts of South Korea. We'll turn towards this island here in a minute. All right. Ooh, we're nose has dropped a little bit. We're fast. We're going to accelerate like no tomorrow. That's dangerously close to overspeed, to be honest. Yeah, that is. Well, we got the fuel to burn, so be it. Out of here like a rocket ship. Yeah, that's a pretty nice livery for this plane, I think. I like the colors on it. And I got that fluorescent yellow or fluorescent green. is one of Korea's airlines. You doing all right there, Kev? Is the plane misbehaving any? Do you have it under control? We're gonna get 1,000 socks for this flight today. And they're all mismatched. Speaking of which, today's flight brought to you by Parasox Airline. Pair of socks, just because you have a pair of socks does not mean they have to match. Except under special circumstances, wear matching socks. You know the deal. Alright. Move that to standard. Bring out a SpaceX rocket game. Oh, that would be interesting. I did notice Captain Sim put out a space shuttle, but a lot of people said it was not nearly as good as they would have hoped for. It was not all that, and I don't expect that it would be updated or anything. It seemed like a pretty neat idea. Hello, Mela. You're at 32,000. Okay. They're heading for 32. All right.
Air Busan Tree 81 climb and maintain flight level 260.
I'm still going for 26.
Climb and maintain flight level 260 Air Busan 381.
But yeah, it would be neat to have something like that. Alright, I think we can go ahead and cabin crew provide cabin service, please. Oh, check this out. This one has, their version has the overhead windows. They call them eyebrow windows. So you get a little extra. Mine's blocked by the wonderful heads-up display unit. It's installed over the window here, parts of it. Kev doesn't like it. He thinks it's ridiculous. Start the timer. Ooh, look at that fancy shade. That thing is filthy. All right, we are on our way. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the resubmit. Greatly appreciated. All we need is 8,000 more feet, and we are at our cruising altitude. I really expected to go much higher. I thought for sure we were gonna go up to 38,000 for the flight, but interesting. I had a salami and cheese sandwich last night for dinner. It was a double truck night last night. I watched Mick truck, and then before Nick wrapped up, Kevin was trucking. So it was, I'm all trucked out. I had enough ATS. But no, it was good driving. My climb rate is at 1,350 feet per minute. I'm on a nice climb rate. Yeah, it was some good trucking last night. Both Kev and Nick. All right, so we're still on our way to that island here. We're still off the coast of South Korea, to the right there. Let's go ahead and ask for our
Incheon Center Air Busan 381. Request flight level 340.
go ahead and dial that in.
Air Busan 381, climb and maintain flight level 260. Expect flight level 340.
Climb and maintain flight level 260. Expect flight level 340 Air Busan 381.
Yeah, I think I know Kev doesn't like driving in the dark either. He'll usually pick a route or a job that he can change the time, but it doesn't penalize him. But there's been times where he's picked one and he changes the time, and then it yeah. We already have the best viewers there, Jerky. Dev mode. Oh yeah, there you go. Kev can help you sort all that out, Nick. Yeah, we already have the best viewers. So, Nick. Big weenie. Big jerk. Alright, I can get rid of this now. And let's look at some other information that we need to plug in while we're in route. So we're going to open up our chart here. Let's see. We want to look at the taxi information. Our runway length is 11,024 feet. So what we're going to do here is
Air Busan 381, climb and maintain flight level 340.
Climb and maintain flight level 340 Air Busan 381.
landing elevation 20 feet. There we go. Now, so, going to 360. Okay, fair enough. Go for it. Fly your plane, Captain. Fly your plane. Alright, so we got our landing runway information plugged in. We don't have, we can keep this below 50 because it's at 20 feet. The airport, both runways, everything's at 20 feet. So we can keep it at 0, it's fine. We don't have an ILS approach, so we're not going to put in an ILS frequency. Okay, so we don't need to worry about frequencies or anything like that. So kind of reviewing what we talked about at the start, if you missed it. Our star is this one. We're going to come in, I'm going to come in right here. And I think Kev is roughly the same. We're going to come in here and we're going to turn, we're going to make a couple right turns and we're going to intercept this VOR right here. Okay, we need to be at about 6,000 feet or below 6,000 feet here. So that's the arrival portion of our flight when we get to Macau. Our approach today looks like this. So we come here, there's that VOR that we intercepted, right? Let's go back here and look at this. There's ZUH, right? From there, we're gonna intercept that, and we're gonna turn, and we're gonna make this turn, and we're gonna kind of snake our way into runway 16. Again, this is a non-precision approach, meaning we don't have an ILS frequency to dial in to guide us to the airport. Okay. By looks like here, yep, MC 808. 1,800 feet is our final altitude, so we need to be at that altitude by that point, okay? And when we get ready to turn, or when we turn towards Mike Charlie 812, and the runway's in sight, and it's only like 2 nautical miles, bang, it's there. We're gonna have to land this thing manually, which is fine. We got this under control. Okay. And then there's if we have to misapproach, you go here, go back, and do it all over again. But we're not going to do that. We're going to land this thing. Okay. So that's what it's going to look like when we get there. Okay. So that's the plan for today. So we have a plan in place. We have a plan in mind for what we're going to do for our landing. We know we can't rely on a precision approach, so we're not going to even worry about all that. We just know we have to be ready to land manually. So what does that mean? That means when I turn, I'm going to turn the laptop to the left a little bit so I don't look at the screen, so I don't get sidelined with a bunch of, hey, Os, how are you? Good to see you. How have you been? So, because it's going to be a bit of a, it's going to be a bit hectic. Okay. So yeah. And we actually what we can do, right? We have charts. We can look at our arrival. BMC, that should be the correct. Yeah, good to see you too. BMC, huh? Well, that's interesting. It's not blowing the. Oh, here we go. Let me do that real quick. Thank you. All right, let's go back here and look at the arrival. The star. Oh, that's a signal. Stop. So we can pin that, and we can pin the approach. So, and then we can also pin the airport information if we need that. Okay, bingo. So now when I go pinned, I can go right to here, and then I can enlarge it. So there we go. We have our arrival information right here. Our approach information. Well, I thought I pinned the approach information. No, apparently I did not. There we go. And our airport information. There you go. All right, perfect. So we have that all set. Ta-da. Oh, I've been viewing your how to training for setting the sim. Oh, okay. Any questions, Alshev? I shared it to my Kev Simcorner group page on Facebook. Oh, this? Oh, you did, Kev. Oh, thank you. You share this? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Even though I'm not streaming on Facebook. Yeah, flying on the Xbox. I'm assuming you're on a Series X, correct? Awesome. Because the S is okay. The S is very, very limited. Like it can't handle too much, unfortunately. The X does okay. But yeah, it's a good way, to get into flight simming. But you got to be, I think, very cognizant of. You don't want to put too much add-ons on there, otherwise it just yeah, it can overheat it very quickly. All right, let's double check to make sure we don't have anything on or off that we need on or off. Packs are on, that's on. Okay, we're good to go. Yes, the galley's still on right there. I think that's pretty much what the galley is, the cab util. If I remember correctly, that's where I found it on the other plane. Alright, everything looks good. We don't have anything abnormal happening. Mouse and keyboard for nice. Okay, good deal. Yeah, the keyboard is really good for helping you do stuff like, you just hit the B button and it automatically updates your altimeter for you. You don't have to like dial it in or anything like that. It's just right there. So yeah, it's really handy, I think. So we're not quite halfway. We're probably not even, maybe almost a quarter of the way into the flight. Still got a long way to go. If you can get a hold of one, I highly recommend. It doesn't take up a lot of space, but the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight stick, just the stick. You don't need the one with the throttles like you're in a fighter jet or whatever. Just the original Velocity 1 flight stick is fantastic. It works well. You can use it for jetliners. You can use it for general aviation. It's really good. It's much easier once you learn to fly with it. It's like absolutely perfect. Trying to do stuff with your thumb with these thumbsticks, it can be a bit much. So yeah, I would. If you can get a hold of one of those, I know you can get them through Amazon or you can order it directly from Turtle Beach, I think. They are a lifesaver. So that's what I use mine for a very long time, and now I have the Honeycomb Alpha Bravo. Oh, for those of you who may not have heard, the helicopter controls have finally cleared customs yesterday. Well, I had to pay an import fee yesterday. Was not cheap. It was $220. So I'm hoping that it'll be here sometime next week, and we can do a get some helicopter flights done as well. So I'm really looking forward to that. They came all the way from Turtle Beach, yeah. It came all the way from Basel, Switzerland. It sat in Atlanta for about 10 days. Customs looked at it, and then it was just like every day I would get an email from DHL going, there's a delay, there's a delay, there's a delay. And I'm like, but it doesn't say what the delay entails. No information, no nothing. Not like click, if you want more information, click here. Nope, nothing. And so then yesterday, after I got back from running to the, where did I go yesterday? Oh, I went to go get a haircut. And then I went by the store. And why does it look like we're getting ready to pass Kev? Like he's standing still. Hello, Infidel. How are you? When I got home, I just happened to check my phone, and then bang, it said, you got to pay this import fee, and if I don't pay it within 5 days, they were going to send it back to the shipper. So I immediately got on there, paid it. So so I'm just waiting now for them to say that it's on the truck heading this way. So I'm hoping that means on Monday morning it'll be on the truck, and it'll be here either that day or Tuesday, and then I can get it put together, get it connected, try it out, and all that. Yeah, looks like we're catching Kev. Look at this. Kev, did you throttle back? I don't think that we were catching. 737's coming to get you, Kev. Yeah, they. So I'm hoping it'll be here next week and then I can get it checked out. No, I hit flaps by mistake. See. Oh, speaking of slowing down, have you got your brakes set up? You have your brakes on and everything? Do you have your air brakes set up too? Alright, good deal. We're gonna make a jetliner pilot out of him yet, folks. But he might remain at first officer status because he's so fixated on the galley, making sure the galley's powered up so he has the coffee. That's first officer stuff. I'm gonna have a word with Scruff to see about devoting you to first officer. No, he's doing well. For somebody who doesn't like to fly jetliners usually, he's done pretty well. He's adapted to it. I think he just gets so freaked out about the amount of buttons and switches and everything. Which is weird because he's got a whole box set up for his buttons and switches for trucking. But I think he's more comfortable with that than a jetliner. That's okay, Kev. You're doing good. Oh, I gotta give a shout out. Well, let's do a couple shout outs. If you haven't followed Kev already, go give him a follow. ATS and Flying Antics, that sums it up pretty well. The Mac, I do like that truck you drove last night, Kev. That thing was phenomenal. I like the sound of that engine. Yeah, he always got that on. So Mick does FC25. We do Farm Sim on Sunday. He does No Man's Sky. Has gotten back into that. He does ATS. I think ETS as well, but I think he prefers ATS over ETS. So give him a follow if you haven't already. Please do. And then also, go give Pulse a follow. I had to take the E off because there was another. I already had it. That's his Twitch. He streams on Twitch and YouTube. But go give him a follow on Twitch. You may or may not see my face as an emote on his channel. You may even see it on Mick's channel. So go give Pulse a follow. He does right now. He plays FC25 with Mick. He's been going through Dragon Age to Veilguard. Once he is done with that, he's gonna have another game that he's gonna go through from beginning to end. Whatever that might be. So do give him a follow for. Well, yes, Joseph. I know. We know that, but not everybody else needs to. Let them find out for themselves, okay? So yeah, give Pulse a follow. He asked me to send him a picture of me giving it a thumbs up, and luckily I had one from when I was in Afghanistan, so he uses that as an emote. So, but I will also give a. round of applause to Kev for flying the A320. I know, I get it. Jetliners are not everybody's cup of tea, but he's taken on the challenge of flying with me on today and last Saturday. So appreciate you doing that. Next Saturday, we'll be back in the DC-3. Kev's probably, oh, thank God. We're going to Burundi. We'll be in Burundi in the DC-3. So we will have 1, 2, 3 DC-3 flights. The 3rd, the 10th, and the 17th. And then on the 24th, I will be back in the 737-800 going from Dallas Love to DCA, Reagan National, and that's for Memorial Day flight, our traditional Memorial Day flight service, taking veterans and their families and the families of those lost in service to their country to Washington, D.C. for Memorial Day ceremonies. And then we'll be back on the 31st. We'll be doing a special, no, May 31st is, we're going to go from an airfield in Saudi Arabia, well, it was called KKMC back in the day, King Khalid military complex. It's an international airport now, and we are going to go to Kuwait International in DC-3. Then, on the 7th of June, we will be back in the DC-3 for our D-Day flight, going from Thruxton to Orly via, I've got a couple airports that we're going to fly over. Yeah, exactly. So D-Day flight, 7th of June, even though it'll be a day after, we're going to do that on the 7th in the DC-3. I have a special livery for the plane, a military livery. 14th of June, we will be flying the coast of France. We are going to land in Monaco to get the Monaco flag. We're going to do that in Flight Sim 2024. Okay. So we're going to land in Monaco. We're going to stop off in Monaco real quick. And there it is. There he is. Look, who is that? Thank you, Pulse. Appreciate that. And then we're going to depart from Monaco, continue to the coast of Italy, and find a place to land somewhere along the coast of Italy. So that should be a nice flight on the 14th. The 21st of June, the last flight I will do before I go to Flight Sim Expo. We are looking to do the Concorde flight, JFK to Heathrow. I still got to get some practice with the Concorde. So that's what we got coming up next month and into June. And then you won't see me until sometime in July. We may we may continue in 2020 for a little bit longer until 2024 is a bit more stable. But we may alternate. We may just do some helicopter flights in 2024, just for fun. We'll see. So I'm really keen on doing more helicopter flights. Get some fun, do some of that stuff and all that. So yeah. What else? Let's make sure this is working. No. There it is. That's where we are right now. Don't you start, Joseph. You're the one who started that nonsense. So here's the deal, Kev. I said, I was going to charge Joseph $1 every time he used my likeness there for the emote. And I said, okay, I'll forego the $1 fee if anybody can say where I was in that picture, what was I doing, and then what country was I in. And for when I said, okay, what country, Joseph goes, New York. I'm like, New York is, well, that's a city and a state. You got New York City, you got New York State. It's not a country. America's the country. United States of America's the country, not. So, yeah. Joseph is the gift that keeps on giving. And then he's shocked when people call him out on it. As a country. Oh boy. Oh, Joseph. I don't know about you, young man. Yep. Well then, so I said, okay, what was I doing? And then one response was I was in the back of a helicopter. I'm like, no. And then Joseph's like, a jet? No. Like, I don't know how you could discern any of those. It doesn't look like the back of a helicopter or any kind of jet I've ever been in. No, it was an ambulance on the ground, a Humvee ambulance. You could put 4 patients in there. There's two places for stretchers, 2 on each side. It was in Afghanistan when I was deployed there. That was our mass casualty exercise to make sure that we could handle a high number of casualties on our shift without anybody coming to help or whatever. It's one of those things that they make you do. So of course I had to ham it up for the picture. Gave the cheesy smile and the thumbs up, even though I didn't particularly feel that way. But it was like for a yes, Mick did. Mick at least pays attention when I talk, like he pointed out the other day. Bless you, Mick. Thank you for paying attention. Bex and Joseph, on the other hand, got negative points for guessing incorrectly. You're not alone, Joseph. At least I know 2 people will pay attention. You try. Okay, you get 1 point. You get a positive point for effort, but the rest of it, you're still in the negative, Joseph. That's like Kev going to work and he doesn't fix something and he tells his boss, well, I tried. I don't think he'd be in his job much longer if he told his boss that. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, there are parts of you right about that. That is unfortunately true. Let's see where we're at in things. Kind of break up the conversation. Just a smidge. Let's have a look at our where we are in the grand scheme of things. Let's zoom out just a little bit more. Ooh, wow, look at all that. Still to go. Let's see where we are according to little map. We are still heading. Oh, look at that. We're heading for Taiwan. There we go. seems a little off center. I don't know why. So we're on our way to Taiwan. We're gonna go fly over Taiwan, the northwest part of the island, and then we'll continue on and we'll turn towards Hong Kong. Kevin's over there trying to make friends with the Chinese government. He's looking at some coastal property there. He's probably trying to see if he can spot a good coffee shop there as well. I don't think they drink coffee over there. I think they mainly drink tea. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I've never heard of coffee places over in China. They probably have Starbucks though, but it's probably not that. I don't know if it's that good. Joseph says we try. Ting Ting Cafe. There you go. I think tea is more popular over there than coffee. Their tea probably has as much caffeine as coffee does. Speaking of, I haven't watched that movie in a while. Might have to figure out where I have it. I think I have it on my Xbox or the movie with Chow Yun Fat, Hard Boiled. Oh, that was a great movie. It was filmed in Hong Kong before Chow Yun Fat was a big international star. Can't take him anymore, folks. Really can't. Thank goodness Kev is not one of our diplomats. Something on cafe where your coffee just doesn't seem right. Oh boy. You're gonna give Joseph such a giggle fit, he's not gonna know what to do with himself. So there's Kev. Let's see roughly where is Kev before he can do where we are. Wow, he's 200 nautical miles away from me, but he's right at the edge there. I think he's pretty close to the. Oh yeah, look at you! You're gonna fly right over the. I hope you got your passport, Kev. He's well over China. I hope you got your passport, Kev. Everybody wave at Kev in case something happens and he's told to land immediately over China. I could only imagine Kev would land and he'd say, "Where's the coffee at? I'm not going to talk to you unless I get my coffee." Let's have a look inside the flight deck real quick just to make sure nothing is going abnormal. Oh look, you can just see Kel out the window. And oh, now we can put up the dirty shades.
Air Busan Tree 81, contact Naha ASB Center on 132.3. Good day.
Naha Air Force Base.
132.3 Air Busan 381.
They deport you
Goodbye.
pronto.
Naha AFB Center Air Busan 381 flight level 340.
Air Busan Tree 81 Naha AFB Center, radar contact, continue.
Well, at least they didn't scramble. Oh, uh-oh. We lost sight of Kev. Last seen over there somewhere. We have lost Kev. Yeah, we switch here. Let's see. Let's look them up on VFR. We lost them all the way over there too. Oh, yeah, we lost you. Should be right about here somewhere, I think. Well, we'll see you on the little VFR map. Did your sim crash, Kev? Oh, okay. Yep, I lost sight of you. Can't even find you on the little VFR map. So yeah, next Saturday we'll be back in the DC-3. We'll continue to track down some country flags, go places we've not been to before. So anybody wants to fly along, you're more than welcome to. I don't know how long the flight will take. It may be a short one. It could be a long one. There's no telling. You never know what's going to happen. So kind of coming back to our discussion earlier about Flight Sim Expo. So I leave here on a Tuesday afternoon, kind of actually evening time. Get up into Providence in the evening, and I think what I'm going to do, get in there about 10 o'clock or so, as long as nothing is holding us up on the train. So I think what I'm going to do Wednesday or Thursday when I get up, I'm going to kind of walk around downtown Providence, just kind of take in some of the sights, walk around and take pictures of the architecture, that kind of stuff. I'll be posting that on Discord. I'll create a special page on the Discord for that. So you can see, kind of check out the stuff. Friday morning, unless something happens, I'm going to do the tower tour. I don't know if or what they will allow me to take pictures of. They're cloaking you, you're special. Yeah, okay. So if I can take some pictures of the tower tour, possibly, as long as I don't show anything sensitive or, whatever, they may allow it. I don't know. I'm expecting they're going to probably say no pictures or anything. So if that's the case, I'll try to at least snap a picture of myself outside the tower. And then I'll probably post some other pictures. Friday night's the FS Flight Sim Association Captain's Dinner, so I'll be going to that. So whoever I'm sitting with, I don't know who all is going to be attending the dinner. So whatever we do, I'll take some pictures of that, or have people take pictures with my phone. And then Saturday and Sunday is just walking around the expo floor, checking out some stuff. Go for it, Kev. So I'm looking forward to going. And there will be pictures of the train ride as well, train trip. I'm kind of curious to see how the Acela does. My first time riding the Acela train, departing from DC up to Providence. And then also on the return trip, I will get to go through New York Penn. So I'm going to take pictures of that, of course. So some people have already seen it. They already know what it looks like, but I've never been through there. I've driven by the station. I've never been in the station. So I'm really kind of curious to see how that looks inside. So yeah. So there'll be pictures on the Discord for people to enjoy. Let's have a look at a little map right here to see how far we are from. Let's see. We still got a bit of ways to go. Yeah, it must be over. Here's, yes. I noticed, I checked this the other day. Why is this not working out here now? Oh, there. Okay, yeah, I was late. Okay, so Kev should be over this way somewhere. We're still on our way to intercept roughly this area in Taiwan. And we'll turn, we'll come here, and we're going to kind of skirt this side of the island, and then we'll turn towards here, and then bang, we'll be there before we know. So, yeah, it's been a good flight so far. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out. If you haven't enjoyed the flight at all, you know who to talk to. His name's Joseph Adams. His screen tag is Mr. Adams, I believe. Let's go back up here. Yep, Mr. Adams, 23456. Just shoot him a message and say, I didn't enjoy it and here's why. He'll be happy to listen to you. He likes getting messages like that. Well, the Mellow's probably thinking, I want to send Joseph a message that he didn't like the fact that he called New York attention. Slight turn here, seems like. Well, big turn. Let's have a look inside. What do we do? So it looks like if I'm looking at just say you enjoyed it and then you can let Rob know how it went. No, you got to hear the complaints, Joseph. That's how it works. It's part of the deal. Alright, so these points here coming up, we should be there we go. We can look at this one instead. So APU, that's like a VOR or something like that, VOR DME. So we can, once we're there, we know we're near Taiwan, Taipei, and then the rest of the flight, there it is, although we can't really. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's new. There we go. Now we can look at the whole screen. There we go. So we're still, this is where we are. We still got all this stuff in front of us. We got a couple of big gaps. It's from like Whiskey Papa 900 to Munna, MUNNA. Scoop, Metro. But so yeah, we're still plugging along here. Good opportunity for me to take a short break. Take a quick run with the captain's room. And come right back. We'll continue on. I'll keep you facing the way where we last saw Kev, so hopefully he pops back up along the way. Maybe the cloaking device will stop working and find out where he is in relation to us. I'll be right back, folks. Sit tight. think it's you. I see other planes. But I don't
Going
see
to
them on yours.
123.9
Yeah,
Air
I don't.
Busan 381.
Um,
Naha AFB Center Air Busan 381 flight level 340.
the way I fly is usually only.
Air Busan
I have it set
381
where I only
AFB
see
Center radar contact continued.
friends of mine who are flying. So that's probably why. No, that's not true. Yeah, I don't see any other planes. They must be closer to you than they are to me. I'm way out over the water. You're inland. So there's probably much more air traffic out there than there is where I am. Yeah, I think we're over 200 nautical miles apart now. Now that I know Kev is back, welcome back, Kev. Are you flying at 2 o'clock today? And if so, here's the dealio. We have we have a short flight, which is 75 nautical miles, Sacramento to San Francisco. Or we have George Bush Intercontinental to Armstrong, New Orleans. That's 265 nautical miles. That's the medium flight. Are you doing the short or the medium?
Air Busan 381, contact Taipei Center on 124.6. Good day.
Going to 124.6 Air Busan 381.
Okay.
Taipei Center
Fair
Air
enough.
Busan
Sounds good.
381 flight level 340.
Air Busan 381 Taipei Center radar contact.
I could do that. Tiger. As we're going to turn again. Man, that sounds good. All right, I can do that. I believe I don't have anything else going on today. So I should be able to join in for that. I'll fly the Tiger Moth. I haven't flown it in a little while. We got an interesting plane to land there at SFO. You know what we could do as we come into the Bay Area, we can skirt the East Bay, go down all the way to the South Bay, and then come back up to, if we want to make it last. With flight, I mean. But it's up to you. It'll be a nice flight, I think. you let me know if you want to make that flight last a little bit longer. We can do that, or if you want to go straight to the airport and land it and be done, it's up to you. I'm okay either way. All right, where are we at now? Ooh, getting closer. We're already talking to Taipei/Taiwan Center, so we're in their airspace for sure. This will work out perfectly. By the time we land and I get this stream wrapped up, I'll have time to get the dogs their lunch, let them outside for a little bit, and then yeah, this thing is way off center here. That's alright. We have the pertinent information. I'm going to step away again for just a few minutes, folks. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh. Quick look here where we are. Let me, there we go. There's our passenger compartment. All economy. We don't do anything fancy on this flight. Lucky to get coffee. See if we can see Kev on the VFR map here. Should be over here somewhere, I would think. Yeah, you gotta be farther than 200 nautical miles away. Thank you all again for coming in and hanging out. No, it's not a lot to see as we're over the water. The East China Sea. So let's see which. Let's just have a look at our. Okay, so this is where we are roughly. We're on our way here. So we're between here and here. We have about 29 nautical miles to go, so we're probably about halfway, maybe a little more than halfway to Mana. So APU, that's the URDME right there. So we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Matter of fact, if we look at a little map there, we can look exactly where. Nope, that's there. APU is. Oh, right there. That's right near a road of some kind. Oh wait, that's power lines. It's just in the middle of a field. Kind of between Taiwan International and Songshan Airport. So we should start. Matter of fact, hold on a second here. We should possibly see our. No, not yet. Our flight here. This page. Okay, so between Sammy and Nettle, that's when we're going to start descending, it looks like. We still got a bit of ways to go to get to there. It's past here. In fact, I think let's go back here. Go back to 640 nautical range. You can kind of make out at the top here. You'll see that T/D, that's our top of descent. So we should be told once we get close to that, or after, between when we cross Sammy and the other, what did I say it was, metal? Yeah, we should get told to start our initial descent into our destination. How you doing over there, Kev? Still doing all right? Plane still holding together? You didn't break anything, did you? Uh-oh, game pauses don't come out of pause. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what to tell you about that one. That's a... That's a doozy right there, brother. I don't know. It's not like your game froze up completely. I've had that happen before when I was on the Xbox, I think. It's just, well, I think the system just can't keep up with the, man. Yeah, I think your game froze, dude. Well, that sucks. That's the only thing I can think of what it is. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain that's what's happening. Games frozen. I don't know. Well, you know, because if you reboot, you're going to lose all that time. I mean, you could try to figure out what was the nearest airport you were near, and you could just take off from there and finish the flight, but you won't get credit for the. Well, I don't know how that would. Yeah, that's the drawback about flying if you do longer flights. If you pause the game, it may inadvertently freeze the game, and then you can't get out of it. I mean, you could try to wait and see if it kind of catches up to itself, but I don't know. The Waikiki. Did you try to slew or something, or I don't know. Whew. Oh boy, oh yeah, slew. You could try. I mean, I don't know what might unfreeze it. Because I know it happened to me a long time ago when I was flying on the Xbox. The sim just kind of locks up because it's just so much information for that long a flight. It's okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it just may have needed time to kind of catch up to itself. But yeah, that's that was one of my concerns when I did the flight from San Francisco to Tokyo on the 747. I mean, that was an 11-hour flight, and I did that on the Xbox. And I think it was, yeah, that was on the Xbox. That was on the Series S, I think. And well, I was scared to death that the system was going to lock up, and it was just going to crash on me. And all that time would have been for nothing. I should see Taiwan here shortly. It's hidden underneath all these clouds. Yeah, it just could be that your system isn't too fond of these longer flights over, I think we've done 500 or 600 nautical miles, but anything over that, I think your system gets a little taxed. I think that's one of the drawbacks of flight simming is, and just, I know you probably already checked it, but I want to ask anyway, is your Steam still running in the background possibly as well? Just the white key. Okay. Okie dokie. Figured I'd ask just to see if there's anything else that might have caused any problem. Okay, don't. We banish you, Waikiki. Oh, it pauses the flight until you okay. I didn't realize it did that, that it was also a pause. Okay, where that A330 is. That should be Taiwan. Boy, a lot of clouds today. Let's see, we should be just about over there now. Getting there. Alright, so there's our top of descent there. You can see it if I zoom out just a little bit. It won't be quite in view yet, but once we get to MKG, and we turn towards Catlow, then we should start picking up the remainder of our flight. I'm just going to keep it right here so we don't look too far ahead and start thinking that we need to start descending before we need to. So we should. Oop, I can see land now. That's not Taiwan, that is the other airport, looks like. They look like they're at Songshan. It's weird because that seems like a very small airport for an A330. Take off from Taiwan. But people do what they gotta do, what they want to do. So we can get that AOR. There's the A330 right there. He must be way to my right. Passing over the VORD meeting below us there. Alright folks, we're getting there. We just got a little bit more to go and then we'll start descending. The way they were making this sound was like we'd be farther back at this point in the flight than where we are right now. We've been streaming for 2 hours and 18 minutes, and I know we haven't been flying that long. So, while they wildly overestimated the time, like when I put the flight plan together in SimBrief, it said it was going to be about a 3.5 hour flight. may have overfilled the tank still. That's all right. The coast of mainland China should be to the right, and obscured by the clouds there. I'm hoping as we turn, once we turn, we should see Kev pop into view. Where he will pop into view is anybody's guess. As we turn towards Cadlo and make our way to Olato, then we should, I'm hoping we see Kev pop back up on screen here shortly. Because he still has the same sort of arrival portion that I do, it's just that he took a different route to get there. Still doing all right over there, Kev? Any questions, anything you want to make sure that you're ready to go for descent here pretty soon? My true airspeed is, well, I'm at Mach 0.79. It's like 272, 273 knots. Down here it's saying 0.785 Mach, but it rounds it up to 0.79. My ground speed, according to here, is 426 knots. I don't think it shows that on here. Okay, there in that corner it says 427, so. I didn't realize this was so mountainy here on the island. see it? Oh, yeah, there it is. 474. 473. I forgot that it shows it up here. There you go. 473. It's true airspeed. A little bit faster than, almost 40 knots faster than the ground speed. Let's go 40 for the flaps. Should give us our so our VREF for landing is 147 knots. No runway slope. Yep, there we go. 29907 is the reporting weather currently at Macau. Alright, back over the water. Leaving the coast there. Try to keep an eye out for Kev. Cabin crew go through and do one more service before offer drinks, a little bit of snacks, whatever, before we get ready to land. No more than 200 nautical. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. You're farther inland. You're probably way over here. I don't know if you're in front of me or behind me or pretty close to where I am. But I know you come in here and then you drop into Hong Kong. Coming in from this direction, kind of. So you may be in front of me, I don't know. I think as I turn towards Hong Kong, then hopefully you'll pop up on the screen, and then we can see how far back you are. You probably will catch up a little bit as I descend. I'll start slowing down. Matter of fact, let's have a look at our charts real quick. So we'll go to our pin. We can do the star first. And we'll do that. Okay. Let's go and put this full screen here so we can look at some information. 250 knots below flight level 110 within Hong Kong airspace unless otherwise instructed. Max 190 knots during approach turns. So we can go 250 as we pass through Hong Kong. And then as we get to here, we need to go to 190. And then we'll go all the way down to see if there's any speed restrictions here. I think it says anything. So we're looking at, if we go back here to our landing dispatch, we're coming in at 147 knots. So that's our gonna, as we kind of start to turn on to final, we need to be at that speed. So
Air Busan 381, contact Taipei Center on 133.1. Good day.
Going to 133.1 Air Busan 381. Taipei Center Air Busan 381 flight level 340.
Air Busan 381 Taipei Center, radar contact, continue.
what I may try to do, well, problem is, hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. I was thinking about trying to do a tutorial flight in the A320 V2, but I don't know that that would work because it's preferred that you have a SimBrief account in order to get the most out of the experience. I think, you know, import it into the EFB, do your calculations, all that kind of stuff. Your plan is so different than mine. I should have just said it. Well, the problem is that, so the departure and arrival points are the same, Kev. How you get from there, from the departure route to the arrival route is going to be different. You're using what the sim thinks is the best way for you to get there, without you having to worry about all the stuff that I have to do like I do in the 737. So I don't know that there would have been a way for you to replicate my flight plan exactly without following me after the departure and going directly to the arrival route. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So there's ways, but it may not be the exact one. It may not always give you that option. I don't know. but that's okay. You're still going to get there, one way or the other. CJ 700. Jury Wolf is flying along at 36,000 feet. Let's see if we can see Kev yet. Nope. No sign of Kev. We lost sight of the pilot there at the top of Taiwan. Yeah, but that would have taken a little bit longer. I think I've tried that in the stock A320. There was a flight that Mick did years ago that the approach was not what I had envisioned him using this information from SimBrief. It gave him some the flight plan wasn't that. I think that arrival portion didn't exist in the stock for the stock A320. I don't know why, but it didn't. So, adding in waypoints in the stock A320 may not always work because it might just say we don't recognize that waypoint. And I've tried that before, and that's exactly what happened. It would just go kind of like, yeah, I don't see any of this kind of thing. So it's very, very difficult to try to, without using SimBrief, to replicate what I get from SimBrief. You know, maybe in the A320 V2, but still, you're gonna have to go in there and you have to plug all that stuff in, and you were like garbage in New York. You were all over the place. Well, no, it followed the departure route. We went to Ngok, which was the end of our departure out of Busan. As long as it followed that, then the rest of the way, when we were all, it was all right. All right. There we go. And then we're going to follow this, and then we're going to turn again. We should be getting ready to send here pretty soon, folks. So it's I know people have said there's a ways to do it, but I don't know if they were using like the Phoenix A320, the fly-by-wire, like, you know, whatever. So it's hard to. I tried it in the stock A320, and I know it was like it didn't work like I expected it to. 5 times and ended up almost in the same place. Really? Huh. So you followed the same path for a bit then, it seems like, and then you went more over mainland China. Yeah. Yeah, and you went inland. I didn't know we'd almost crossed paths 5 times. Huh. Because I was like way behind you, it seemed. I don't know. Well, see, I wonder, like, see, it used to be you could kind of figure out the flight path, the flight plan for a real-world flight. I don't think they publish that information anymore. Because it may be a company route. Look at that, that's not after the flight. Okay. I don't know which one is closer to the real world thing. I would venture to say maybe mine is because they may not want a non-Chinese airline flying over China airspace, you know. But I don't know. I'm just kind of supposing here. I mean, I think either way, whether you're flying in the 737 or the stock A320 or whatever it is, as long as you're getting to the destination, how you get there, which route you take is, to me, is kind of irrelevant. I just like to make sure that you have a the way I look at it is, plus you're faster. That you have a sensible departure route and a sensible arrival route, and if you have a ILS approach, that you have all the necessary information for that. But how you navigate between the departure and the arrival, it's like, oh, okay, it's neither here nor there. You know, there's things that, I mean, I don't know that I could have picked a different route. I mean, I could, I think, if I go back to sim brief and I go edit flight, there may have been an alternate route, but I don't know. See, it all keeps me out over the East China Sea. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 routes that are valid for the current AIRAC. See, there's that one, but that's invalid for AIRAC 2504. So that's probably closer to the one that you have right here. But almost all of them are over the East China Sea. Okay, so that one looked more like yours. All right. So I just go with what the very first one that they give me. They're not going to give me one that's not within that AIRAC data. I have to select that in order for it to kind of override things, if that makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna land a little heavier. Seems like. So I just usually go with the first option unless I look at it and going like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, or no, I don't like this one. But I'll pick whatever one it says it's in within the current AIRAC data. So that's the one they gave me. So that's one of the big things that I've always kind of wondered about. So if the AIRAC data for the sim for the stock planes is up to date, it should have given you this flight plan instead of the one that you're flying, because yours is out of date. That route is not valid, so to speak. So that's why I always think that whenever they say, oh, we've updated the AIRAC data, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Because if you had, it would have given you the one that's more closely matching to mine. Not the one that's like last month or whatever. So your data is at least, I think, a month or more behind. But we can always, in the future, we can always double check it and say, okay, this is what mine, but that requires us to kind of talk well before the the streams, so that we can kind of coordinate flight plans, so that we're on a similar path, which is fine. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I've never picked and pulled down menu the default to direct. And yeah, see, I don't think I ever tried that. I always tried to find a sensible departure and a sensible approach and arrival point. It's just that I've learned over time that their data is not exactly current when it comes to the AirAct data that FS Hub or SimBrief uses. Well, I know, and you usually do that because you don't bother with putting in the departure, picking a departure, picking an arrival, and it just puts the points in between together for you. You know, so yeah, I don't know. I like having a plan because then it gives me time to start thinking about, okay, if by this point I'm not being told to descend, I need to talk to ATC and say, I want to start dropping altitude, please. I used to do it, I would just start descending on my own, and then ATC's like, you're not, you're below your assigned altitude, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, the marker said this is my next altitude, that's where I'm heading for, you know. I didn't know any better. But it's one of those things that is a frustrating part about flying jetliners because the information, especially if you're flying the stock stuff, is not very accurate. I don't think it's current. You know, I hate to keep harping on that point, but it's not. And so, you know, you're left to kind of your own devices to go like, well, when should I start doing these things? You know, and it's just more of developing the habits and figuring it out and going like, okay, I have to. You literally have to take notes. You know, I always have a notepad nearby, so that if I need to remember something, I write down, okay, at this point I should be doing this. Final approach altitude. All those things so that I can look at it and go like, okay, by this point I should be here. If I'm not, there's something wrong and I'm going to have to fire the autopilot and fly it in myself. So you have kind of that, you have a way to adapt to the plan, you know, so you kind of know what to expect. And that if it's not what you don't see what you expect to be seeing at a certain point, then you go like, okay, I'm going to pull up some kind of information that's going to get me to this place. What am I going to use that's going to get me there? Well, we know if need be, we're going to intercept a VOR as part of our arrival, so we can use that information. You know, there's things that we can use to kind of help guide us there. And we have a chart that says, okay, this is, you know, this is where things are, and we can kind of guesstimate. You know, just like I say about flying into San Francisco. If you're coming in from the South Bay, you know you're going to pass the Dumbarton Bridge, and you're going to pass over the San Mateo Bridge. Those two bridges, once you pass San Mateo, you should be able to see runway 28 right and 28 left in the distance. So, but if you count those two bridges, bang, you should be right there, right? So you can use that as a reference. But that comes from living in the Bay Area and flown in and out of the Bay Area a couple times, so I know kind of what to expect, you know. So you could use that real world experience, the knowledge that you have of that area, to prepare yourself, right? So But that's part of the, when you fly in areas that sometimes we don't get any kind of information, because some countries don't want us to have information. So we have to kind of just fly by the seat of our pants, So but you're making it. That's the key. It's just part of the learning process of knowing how to react to things, or when to react to things, I guess. When you started off as a mechanic, you learn how to torque things correctly. You don't want to over torque it. You got to get to this point, and this is what you're looking for to make sure that things are torqued correctly, right? Well, it's no different, I guess, than in flight simming. That we want to know certain things. We want to be able to get information and say, okay, I need to be doing this by this point. And you just develop those habits, and it just becomes second nature, so that no matter what you're flying, you're like, I already know how to handle this. That's easy, But the flight planning part is a bit of a conundrum, because not everything always matches up how we think it will. I'm using one set of data, you're using. You might have multiple choices, but you're like, well, this way seems to go much quicker. Well, sometimes I know I've been fooled by that. You think, oh, I'll go this way and I'll get there much quicker, and then it's for whatever reason it ends up taking longer. So it's hit and miss, but it's part of the learning experience, and it's also just part of the quirks of flight of this sim. Nothing will ever be perfect, and if you can adapt to that, then hey, that's good. Oh, let's yeah, I definitely overfilled the plane. Pick the downhill route. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I always try to pick the route that seems the most sensible. Well, at least that's how I always approached it when I was doing the flying in the stock A320. I always tried to pick a route that seems the easiest for me to kind of know what to expect and when to expect it. But it took time to develop that mindset of, okay, I should be doing this by here. I don't want to, for a while there, I would always wait for them to tell me when to start descending, and that's when I had to start to churn to you after Novga. Okay, perfect. So I should see you any moment pop up. So if we look at the chart, I'm just going to pull it up here. So star. So you are coming in. Well, you picked the same approach route, but you're. I'm trying to put where. So your point, I think, is up here somewhere. I think. I'm not sure. But you're getting there. You're getting there. That's all that matters. Oh, you know what I could do here? Let's do this. That should be.
Air Busan Tree 81 contact Hong Kong Center on 125.8. Good day.
125.8 Air Busan Tree 81. Goodbye.
There we go.
Hong Kong Center Air Busan Tree 81 flight level tree 40.
Air Busan Tree 81 Hong Kong Center radar contact continue.
See, I can't. The only problem is I can't I can't scroll out. It automatically goes back to the plane. Let's see if I can do this one. Yeah, see, I can't. If I zoom too far out, it won't give me. Anyway, well, you're getting there. CGMX. Yeah, see, I can't. It does this weird. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. I don't know why it won't let you scroll around. It's like locked in. If I zoom out once, it doesn't give me, like I can't just look around. Yeah. See, this gives me much more information. That's the IFR low altitude info. So, but it's okay, Kev. You're getting there. You'll get there. I didn't realize that your plan was going to be so much different than mine. That you were going to be farther inland compared to me being out over the East China Sea. See, when I looked, see, that was the thing. When I did it, when I created the flight plan, when I did the drop-down menus, it took me roughly the route, I think, if I remember, I don't remember the beginning there. But it showed, the route was similar to what I had already from SimBrief. So I don't know, that's why I'm thinking it depends on the plane, because if, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things I'm going to end up going nuts over, because it just doesn't make any sense why they don't have more current information. Your VFI. Okay, that I can do. CGMX says XN. Oh, so you're okay. There's ZGMX right there. Yeah, see, that's like more than 200 nautical miles out. Okay. So I should see you pretty soon, I would think. You're gonna probably come in right behind me then. Let's see if I can see you now. Well, if you want to fly with me on the, next month when I do the flight from Dallas Love to Reagan National, we'll make sure we have a very similar flight plan. But it's up to you. I know this isn't like really your cup of tea, so I'm not gonna, it's up to you if you want to do it or not. That's probably going to be a bit of a long flight as well that day. So anyway. We should be getting close, folks. Close. So we should, so after Sammy's, we're gonna, look at it, we got a 31 knot headwind. So, let's see, CG, oh there, you just passed there. So you should be getting ready to descend pretty soon as well, if I remember correctly. So you're going to come in, I think you come in a little bit over this way, and then you drop down to the nav point. You're coming into there as well. So I think you're just gonna basically kind of drop into there, if I remember correctly. Side UV of Dobbins, the top of the set. Okay. So when you get probably about 20 nautical miles from there, you probably want to start telling them you want to start reducing your altitude. But that's how far your initial descent will be, what kind of altitude you're going to ask for is entirely up to you. what you feel comfortable with that you feel will set you up later on for the approach into Macau. Now, the one thing that they don't have, which surprises me, is a way to dump fuel. You know, usually there's a switch somewhere that allows you to, if you think you're going to land a little heavy. Run out of fuel at 3600 will always set you free. Well, I thought I set it for the correct amount for the flight, and I ended up putting in 100%. I filled it all the way up, so we've got more than enough fuel to get there. But it's just like I'm gonna end up landing a little bit heavy. That's okay. It's a learning process. Alright, I will take a short break. I'm going to leave you guys outside so you can... Oh, there's Kev. Speak of the devil. Look, we found him. He's right where we thought he was. Way over yonder to the right. Hey, we found him. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Taking a quick break. Alright, I'm back. So Kevin's starting his descent. Okay, so if we look at this real quick, this mess right here, I kind of like to go here. This basically is the remainder of our flight. So we got our top of descent coming up. So we're going to try to zoom out. There we go. Or zoom in. So we should be...
Air Busan Tree 81
There we
descend
go.
and maintain flight level 240.
Alright, folks, here we go.
Descend and maintain flight
The
level
exciting part is
240
coming
Air
right
Busan
up.
381.
The landing. Going for 30,000. Okay. I'm besting you by 6,000 feet. So that's the joy of this flying this plane. Like I don't have to, like, so we had a top of descent marker roughly about right around here. It was just before Nettle, right? So we have something that we can use as a reference if we got too close to it and it said it didn't give us any descent. If we went past it, then we could go like, okay, now we got to start thinking about how are we going to, what are we going to do to start managing our altitude in preparation for approach into our destination. So we level off here at 240. We're going to 270. Okay. Then I'm gonna bring the speed back to 270, and then down to 250, just so that we're at 250 for wow, it says actually you can go 304. Yeah, see? Okay.
Air Busan Tree 81, you are 9 or 7 miles east. Descend and maintain 14,000 feet. Expect localizer X-ray runway 16 approach via November Lima Golf transition. Clear to November Lima Golf.
No.
Air Busan Tree 81, descend and maintain 5,900 feet.
Okay, remember, we don't want the...
Please stand by Air Busan Tree 81.
Air Busan Tree 81, roger.
We want the RNAV 16 via the zoo transition, right? Yeah.
Descend and maintain 5,900 feet.
Dang it.
Expect localizer X-ray runway 16
No,
approach via November Lima Golf
no,
transition.
no.
Clear to November Lima Golf Air Busan Tree 81.
No.
Air Busan Tree 81 would like Arnav Zulu runway 16 approach Zulu Uniform Hotel transition.
Air Busan Tree 81, you are 9 or 0 miles east. Keep speed not above 250 knots. Expect Arnav Zulu runway 16 approach via Zulu Uniform Hotel transition. Clear to Zulu Uniform Hotel.
Keep speed not above 250 knots. Expect Arnav Zulu runway 16 approach via Zulu Uniform Hotel transition.
Okay,
Clear to Zulu
we
Uniform
probably
Hotel
still
Air
need to
Busan Tree
descend
81.
to 5,900. Okay. Actually, we're going to go ahead and go to 210 at least.
Air Busan Tree 81, please expedite your descent 5,900 feet.
5 degrees of flaps. Okay. Nope.
Air Busan 381, please expedite your descent 5,900
shut it.
feet.
We're good to go. We're going to be at 5,900 way before we need to be. Way before. But that's okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and start getting some other preparations. Cabin crew, clean up the mess in the back. Shut off the coffee pots. Power line at 6,000. Okay. Leave links. Interesting. So we're going for 5,900 feet, so we don't have to worry about anything until we get closer to our approach, right? Look at our chart again. Okay, approach. We're going to skirt over these mountains that are about 1,000 feet, kind of low areas there. So we're at 5,900 here. So from there, once we get to here, we're going to have to get down to 1,800 feet. That's going to be a very sharp descent. Set up, we don't have anything else to worry about. Don't forget, Kev, to update your altimeter since you're below 18,000 feet. So you'll be at the correct altitude. weather. Looks like over here, a little bit in front of us and to the side. Hong Kong should be right in front of us. I always wanted to visit this place. Years ago, when I was growing up, our insurance agent used to make once a year he would go to Hong Kong for vacation, and I always wanted to visit. I heard this is quite an amazing place, but I don't know if that's still the case or not, but it sure seems like it. That looks like the old airport there, I think. Yeah, that's where the old Hong Kong airport is, I believe. I don't think it's open anymore. I think they closed that one down. That's the one that had like the checkerboard. You were supposed to turn. Once you saw that, you hit a right turn into the runway. Yeah, that's it. It's the old Kite Airport. Ah, look at that. You can see some of the high-rise buildings, the skyscrapers and whatnot. You might be able to see the checkerboard possibly as we continue to descend. Looks like it's pretty cloudy though. Yep, that's the airport. So the checkerboard. Let's see if we can spot it on the hill. There's Kev way over yonder. He's coming in like a bat out of you know where. off here in just a moment. Well, let's go to 190 now. Remember, that's what it said on the chart. 190 was our approach turn speeds. That's the max, or whatever it was. Always instructed max 190 during approach turns. So we're almost here. We're going to turn here shortly. Yep. That should be the new Hong Kong International Airport, I believe, right here. Yep. Sha Lo Wan, Hong Kong. Crusty salute. Let's fly over their airspace today without permission. We're just telling Kev so we could. Kev said it was okay. Right, Kev? I don't care. I just want coffee. That must be their new international airport. Okay, let's pop back over here. Zoom in so we don't go too crazy and think that we're closer than we are for descending further. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, that's a cool picture right there. Oh yeah, I like that. Check that out. Ooh-wee. That's the artsy fartsy shot of the day right there. We'll take that one. Gav's coming in still. So he's almost at Hong Kong, the older part of Hong Kong, where the old airport was. Yeah, I like that shot. That might be the cover for the YouTube video when I post it. Yeah. I like that. That's better than the other one. Put that up on the, Oh. So we are expecting a pretty substantial crosswind coming into our destination today. Did you know that, Kev? Let's have a look-see here. Here's what it says. 14 knot crosswind across runway 16 with a 4 knot headwind. That's some dangerous stuff right there, let me tell you. Definitely got some weather in the area. It's picking up on the radar here a little bit. Looks like a bit more of a storm just to the steep descent after Hazel. No kidding, Sherlock. I knew that. Kevin's descending and he is speeding excessively. He's going to overtake me here in a minute. Looks like there's a bigger storm somewhere over in that part of in that area. Make sure you update your altimeter there, Kev. Don't want you to have a accident being at the wrong altitude. Wow, we've been going for quite a while today. Went to do a quick turnaround. I might not even shut off the computer. So we're ready to do the flight here at 2 o'clock Kev's time, 1 o'clock my time. About an hour and a half from now. It's going to be almost an hour. We'll have to party hard for about an hour and then be ready to fly again. There's our airport right over there, over yonder ways. Should be it right there, off the tip of the nose. Landing runway is right over there. Oh, no. Okay. It's almost that time, folks. Thank you again for flying, Kev. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and hanging out. Chat kind of died down. Everybody kind of like, dang, is he going to land yet? Is he going to land yet? Yes, there's a path after that. Jerky. I can see it myself. Okay, so this is the part where we may have to start making decisions on our own because we don't want to run out of. Well, we got a little bit to go. But we may want to start dropping a little bit of altitude. Go back here and we zoom out just one click. That's the remainder of our flight. So we're going to go all the way up to here. We're going to turn, and that's when we're going to start to kind of snake our way into the airport. So we're going to go past it. There it is right there. There's Kev there. Looks like he's climbing. Now, as I understand it, this area is famous. They hold a street race here. I know they run sports cars. I think they run Formula cars as well. Not Formula One, but something else. But I think it's like a street race. And it's I think it's up wherever there might be hills or something. I know it's not on a flat course. I think they go uphill, downhill. I've seen videos of it. It seems like a pretty fantastic place to hold a race. Might be right about maybe in this area here.
Air Busan Tree 81, contact Guangzhou Center on 118.905. Good day.
118.905 Air Busan Tree 81. Goodbye. Guangzhou Center Air Busan Tree 81 5,900 feet.
Air Busan Tree 81, Guangzhou Center, altimeter 29.907 radar contact. Continue to Zulu Uniform Hotel.
Okay.
Air Busan Tree 81, keep speed not above 190 knots.
We're at 180, so we're good.
Keep speed not above 190 knots Air Busan Tree 81.
Already anticipated that. No. Oh my goodness. What did we say our approach speed was? 147? $147 it is. Alright. Everybody remember that number. Everybody remember where we parked. Okay, now we need to start thinking about that 1,800 feet, right? Oh, the humanity. Well, I think we should go ahead and start. We should dial that in. It was 1,800, right? Those are. Let's have a look at the chart, shall we? $1,800 it is. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and put level change, but we're going to manage it with the vertical speed now. Come on. 200 is just fine. We can actually go to 500. We're setting ourselves up for success. We're not going to wait for them to tell us. We're going to go ahead and start working the magic ourselves. So we're in a good position. We don't want to wait too long and then we get told last minute and then we end up missing our approach, or we have to do a steep descent into the airport. Nah, we're not going to do that. Airport behind us. So is Kev. Doing alright back there, Kev? Is your plane behaving as you expect it to?
Air Busan Tree 81 descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Oh, it's telling us to go to 3,000.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet Air Busan Tree 81.
Yeah, a little bit of... Let's drop the... We're going to drop the landing gear. Probably could have waited a little bit longer to do all that, but I don't want to get the alarm. Well, it's been quite a long stream today. This is probably the longest stream I've done in quite some time. Thank you all for sticking around. Ooh, look at that! Even the covers on the brake covers on the outside of the wheels are green. Ah, that's cool. I just noticed that. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Let's dial in a little less speed. Drop another notch of flaps. Big stretch. We're gonna bustle it in, folks. We're ready to bustle this bad boy in.
Air Busan Tree 81, contact Hong Kong Center on 125.8. Good day.
Going to 125.8 Air Busan Tree 81. Hong Kong Center Air Busan Tree 81 is passing 3,300 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
Air Busan Tree 81, Hong Kong Center altimeter 29.97 radar contact continue.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. Airport in sight. About 18. at that crosswind.
Air Busan Tree 81 descend and maintain
Yeah,
1,800 feet. Keep
look at
speed
that.
not
We're
above
already
165
there.
knots.
We are already there.
Climb and maintain 1,800 feet. Keep speed not above 165 knots. Air
Who
Busan
would have
381.
guessed? Who would have thought? I know I did. Not everybody did, though. I guarantee it. Joseph's like, how did he know how to do all that? You know, come on, Joseph. You're like, wow. Go ahead and put the wow in there, Joseph. All right, last bit of flaps. Here we go. We're going to churn. We're going to fire the autopilot. We're going to bring this thing in and put it on the ground. Autopilot fired. Autopilot fired.
Air Busan Tree 81, you are 4 miles north of Macau.
We're
Contact Macau Tower on 118.0.
we are inbound right now. You're kind of late to the party
Tower
there.
on 118.0 Air Busan 381.
We are inbound right now.
Macau Tower Air
1,000.
Busan 381 4 miles north inbound Arnav Zulu runway 16 approach.
Air Busan Tree 81 Macau Tower. Altimeter 29er, 4 wind 09er tree at 14. Cleared Arnav Zulu runway 16 approach. Air Busan Tree 81 wind 09er tree at 14. Cleared to land runway 16.
Cleared to land runway 16 Air Busan 381.
Boy, that crosswind is going to play havoc.
500,
Oh my God, we are way off the line.
400,
This is going to be a hard one, folks. I hate to say it.
300, 200,
We're going to crab it in. We got this. We got this.
100, 50, 40, 30, 20,
Airspeed full. Airspeed full.
10,
Well, they didn't scream. They didn't clap. We got a 314. I'll take it. I'll take it all day to midnight. Woo! Let's clear the runway for Kev.
Air Busan Tree 81 exit runway when able.
Whew. Oh boy. That crosswind is no joke.
Air Busan Tree 81 contact ground on 121
Alright, let's watch Kev come in.
Going to 121.725 Air
Here he
Busan
comes.
381.
Right behind me. Look at that. What'd you do, Kev?
Macau Ground Air Busan Tree 81 taxi to the gate.
Air Busan Tree 81 taxi to Gate 1 via Taxiway Alpha.
Taxiing to Gate 1 using Taxiway Alpha Air Busan Tree 81.
Good job, Kev. That looked like a fantastic landing there. Four, not bad. That was a tricky landing for non-precision. That's pretty freaking good, I think. That's just my 2 cents, but yeah, not bad at all. Ooh, put the put that up. Yeah, that was good. Good stuff. That was not an easy approach by any stretch. That crosswind was a doozy too. The internet in the pub is rubbish. Why is he at the pub? Well, never mind. I don't want to know. The match must be on. Yeah, it got me good too. That was tough to keep. I had to really fight with it with the rudder to get it to line up. It was easy to get off line, that's for sure. Everybody can jump off here and go for a swim if you want, I guess. Good flying, Kev. Very good flying. You did well. Even if you couldn't find the the galley switch. Maybe they got some fresh coffee waiting for you at the terminal. Tough landing. That's probably one of the toughest I think I've done in quite some time, to be honest. This is the first time I've flown to this airport. I know flying into the original, there's a thing that when they put out the original, yeah, I figured there was a match on. Yeah, he missed it. He missed a fantastic landing. It wasn't the best, but I think I'm quite happy with that one. For a firm landing, with that kind of crosswind and everything, and having to fight with it using the rudders and everything, that was a doozy. That was a doozy. It's okay. I would have expected better, to be honest, but airports in this area are not that sharp, to be honest. They kind of look blah. Like, oh, I'm telling you, Incheon, they only have 2 runways, when in reality, they have 4 runways now. They have 2 parallel runways. Oh, Kev's gonna have to find another. And it looked like garbage. I mean, this doesn't look like what you would expect an airport like in this part of the world to look like. It just looks, come on now. But they can't get the information from the governments. They won't allow it. I don't think. Wait for Kev to taxi over. Yeah, that was a tough one. Is this the one that's I don't know. I know the old one, the old Hong Kong airport had a lot of problems. I think that was more because of the approach, you know, with the winds. It was very dangerous. Oh, Kev, you're gonna go. There's a plane there, according to mine. That's gonna make it tough to get a picture, Kev, because you're inside another plane. Thank you, Mick. Appreciate that. Okay. Well, you're... Alright, I'll get a picture of you. Hold on. It's not going to be the best looking picture by any stretch because there's another plane parked there. Kev's copulating with another... Oh. Maybe he's slewing behind. Oh, wait a minute. Where did he go? Now I see your, okay. Okay, hold on, Kev, I'll get a picture. Alright, that'll work. I got it. Gotta think, Mick, that was a doozy of a flight. That was not easy. I got you, Kev. I got a picture. Your livery is really kind of blah there, Kev. I don't know what to tell you. You might need to go to the paint store and get a paint job done. Alright, well, we might as well let the ads play. And then we'll wrap things up. But yeah, that was a tough one. I'm not gonna lie, that was really but it was fun. I'm glad we did it. Let me look at the yep, there it is, the Macau flag. Got it. Got 1,000 socks out of that. That's 2,000 socks in the bank today, Kev. You got 1,000, I got 1,000. Yep. Let's see. Let me get. I'll delete one of those pictures because it was kind of blah. So we'll be back next Saturday in the DC3 as we continue to collect flags around the world. We'll wait for the. Oh, I gotta get the landing rate 314. Firm. I was expecting that to be like dangerous, to be honest, the way it was going. There was no way that was. I didn't think I was going to get that lucky, but there we go. It wasn't. We didn't float it. Well, we tried to. I was going to, but it was tough with that prospect. So, all right, I will be there as well. I will. Once the ads wrap up, we'll get the stream wrapped up, and I'm going to take a quick. I'm just going to leave the sim running. I'm not going to exit out, and I'll pop in the voice chat probably about 1/4 and then we'll pick our rides. I landed on the right wheels. Yeah, see, it was weird. I just watched a video earlier today about crabbing and the crosswinds and all that, and depending on how experienced you are, it limits the type of crosswinds. Oh yeah, I should. Yeah, I'll shut down the sim and then restart it. But anyway, yeah, it was an interesting video. So I was trying to remember that as we were coming in for landing. But anyway, folks, thank you all for being here. Boy, it was a long one today. Wow, 4 hours of streaming. So that hopefully I've got. You know, I didn't even look at the time. How long was the flight? 3 hours and 17 minutes. Yes! I wanted a 3-hour flight. A 3-hour flight. The wind was really rough. The tiny planes were tossed. If not for the courage of Kevin and I, the flights would be lost. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Appreciate that. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Mela. Appreciate it. So we'll be back Saturday. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. Well, I'll be back. First off, I'll be back in about an hour with Kev. We're going to fly to Sacramento to San Francisco and to Tiger Moth. Sunday, I'll be farming with Mick. And then I'll be back Saturday again. Maybe before that, if I get the helicopter stuff set up and all that, we may do a quick helicopter flight just to show off a little bit. Thank you for the 40 bits, Mick. Thank you for the resub as well. Thank you, Kev, for flying and also for the biddies that you spent. Appreciate you all. I will see you all in the next flight. Do enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon. Well, morning, afternoon, evening. It's still morning on the West Coast. Early Sunday, almost late Sunday, it seems, probably for some folks around the world. I have been and always shall be your host, pilot, lead singer, and the driver of the airplane, Uncle B. Until then, peace. Live long and prosper.